Up, Matt Swap. What's up, Pyga? What's up, Fazbear King? What's up, Tim? What's up, Bella? Wait, what do you mean zoom out? Do you mean like me like? Okay, wait, no, I think I know what you mean. Give me a sec. Just take a minute. Thank you, Tim, for the 449. Much appreciated. Kind of glad I brought back super chats. It's hard to see like the entire thing, but it goes to the wall. This is it right here. I also did it so I didn't take away people's choice, because apparently certain services are not allowed in certain countries, so I was like, alright, I'll just do both. If people want to do super chats, whatever, I don't care at this point. If people want to do Streamlabs, they can do that. And if they want benefits with their support, they could do Patreon as well, but, you know. Yeah, that's it, pretty much. That little strip. Which, don't get me wrong, that's still 900,000 blocks, but still. I mean, at least 900,000 blocks. What's up, Wealthy? I started doing this around December 2017. What's up, Hockey? It's taken me around 4.5 years to do it, to mine this world. About 4.5 years, roughly, yeah. What's up, Unknown? I technically started the project before December, but I didn't really actually, like, make it a project until December, when I started the channel. Pretty much when I started the channel is when I started the project. At least officially, I started it. What's up, Switch? The blocks do despawn, but, thank God, because the legacy version, it's very optimized in that way. But I keep all the, ores and dirt, mainly, depending on what layers I'm on. Like, if I'm on the top layers, I'll keep, like, sand, or something like that. The blocks I won't keep are, like, gravel, gravel and stone items, pretty much. Any stone or stone variant, or gravel. Those are the only items I won't keep. Everything else is, like the ores and stuff like that. Ores and dirt. And the reason why I keep dirt is that there's not really a good reason to keep dirt besides inventory space. Also, it's kind of a meme as well, because, you know, how many people have collected 1.5 million blocks of dirt in their world? Yeah, stone is also renewable as well, so if I wanted to emulate or even simulate, like, how many blocks I could have in this world if I kept every block, then I could do it if I wanted to. Oh yes, a dirt lover. I think it's 1.5 million. It's pretty close to it at least, by the time I finish. Hopefully I should get this done soon. I don't know when I'll actually get this thing done, to be honest with you. It may take all the way up to September, to be honest, when I move. Which I don't mind, honestly. It would actually be more advantageous to, finish the project when I move, because I'll have way better internet. So, there's that. And I won't have to deal with, you know, possible internet problems. I don't mind finishing this thing by September. It wouldn't be that big of a deal, to be honest. Maybe make channel memberships actually. Like $1 a month for supporting the project or whatever. No real benefits to be honest. Um, maybe. I may also do $1 for a sign on the wall. So like I could reflect my Patreon with channel memberships on YouTube. That may be a bit more useful instead of doing it a link. I may do that in the future. What's up, Coleman? I've been doing this for around... I've been doing this around 4.5 years, roughly. Channel memberships would be a little bit more convenient than Patreon. I could just reflect it on I could use the same benefits. Well, maybe not the Discord benefits, unfortunately, but I could at least do the other benefits. I could also just do the $1 membership, though. Just for the wall. Just something, at least. Maybe not something, like, as insane as the other memberships, but, I'll figure that one out. Unless there is a way to add Discord benefits with the, YouTube memberships. But I'm not too sure about that. I haven't touched YouTube memberships yet. I probably should, though, to be honest. Just to make this, supporting this project as convenient as possible. Curious benefits. I know you could do like merch and stuff like that. I know that's like a pretty obvious one, but I don't really... I'm not saying I probably couldn't do merch, but, I'm not too sure about that yet. I don't know how copyright works with merch. Oh, I got missed. Good Lord have mercy. Also, I thought of a possibility of adding background music too. I thought about adding that, like a Monster Cat Gold membership or whatever. It's like $7 a month or something like that, but it's like unlimited music from, it's like a licensing. This is how I repair them. Well, that was fast. Maybe a little too fast. Yeah, a little too fast. Damn, that was a nice shot. What the heck? Maybe I'll increase the volume of everything and just have some background music or whatever. Very light background music, nothing crazy, at least. Actually, how do you add memberships? Give me a sec. I want to try to add membership so fast. Let's see. It's real fast. See if I can add them real fast. Alright, so this should be good now. Membership, at least one tier of membership should be good. So I think it works now. I could be totally wrong. Let's see what this looks like now. I don't know where to go for memberships. How do you actually... How do you add, though? How do you add the join button now? How do you add them? Does anybody see a join button by chance? Anybody who's here? I don't see anything unless I'm missing something with... Alright. Do you see a join button on there? No join button? At all? What the heck? I'm so confused. Alright. I'll just use a piece of coal for the image for now, because it is coal Patreon, so or coal tier, because I'm basically just reverting all of it to. So yeah, yeah, that's gonna be the picture that I use now. Badges. I'll have to mess around with this whenever. Huh. Actually, that's not a bad idea. I'll keep it for now. I'll keep the coal. I may switch it later. I don't understand now why this isn't. Oh, that's why. It's cause okay, never mind. It's cause I didn't fully. Do I actually have to create a communicate? Ugh, god dude. Alright, well. That's pretty cool. They have community tabs specifically for uh alright, I should be good. Turn on. There we go. Membership should be available now. The emoji and the badge are the exact same, which actually kind of makes sense to be honest. It doesn't really make much sense to keep them the same or keep them differently. Okay, yes. So this should be good. Now there should be a join button. Yep, there it is. So you got a membership. I love how I can do. I love how the new emoji on here is literally a piece of coal. I'll change that later to something else probably. You know what? I'm gonna change it to something else. Wait. Wait a second. I think I know what I can change this to. What's up, mass, please? Where's it at? Oh, badges. Yep, there it is. Yeah, I'm playing the PS4 version. I'm messing with the channel memberships. I'm thinking about making a llama, like a llama head for one of the memberships, like an emoji, because that's like one of the key. Oh, in Minecraft, I'm mining an entire world, and I'm 96% done. Yep. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out memberships. What's up, Hell? I hope this works. My day's been alright. Didn't I just do a name? You know, I'll deal with that later. Give me a sec. Let me one more thing I need to do, or at least check it. I need to check if memberships actually work. Let's see. Ooh, can I change the background? Alright, never mind. That's fine. Alright, that works. Memberships are good. Or at least the first tier of memberships are good. I'm gonna be improving upon the memberships, but right now I have something at least. So now people get perks with pure memberships, so they don't have to deal with Patreon at all. And they get, mainly just the perks from the memberships, which is also my day's been alright. What's up, Ginchik? Also, if anybody doesn't know, I brought back super chats purely because of convenience sake. I know people will love their super chats, so. I may not get nearly as much, you know, stuff from it just because they take a lot from. They took a lot of the profit, but I mean, it's alright, honestly. It's more convenient for other people, so more people will do it anyway. Or more people will be willing to donate or whatever, honestly. So it's perfectly fine to me, honestly. Not even that, not even just that though, just they're a little bit more fun as well, because you actually get to have your own personal message too. So that's pretty cool. They're a little bit more enjoyable for everybody. It's also easier for me to, you know, see people's messages as well. It's way easier. May also add that custom music in later. Or not custom, but like, you know what I mean, like a licensing for Monster Cat or gold licensing. I could just play forever, basically. Keep everything fresh. What's up, original knockoffs? What's up, Iwaifo? I remember the name. Sounds very familiar. I'm gonna be doing the nether. Well, technically I'm gonna be doing a few other things before that, but the next project is the nether. Yeah, I'm gonna do some celebration, don't worry. I'll do some celebration, I'll figure out something. There's a few things I'll be doing. I'll be doing a Patreon slash membership stream. Because I added memberships recently, like literally today. Basically to help increase Patreon benefits. Best way to explain it. But just to move Patreon off of Patreon itself and onto YouTube. What else is there? I'm gonna be doing a... Also during that, I'm gonna be doing Q&A as well. So, that gets a bit easier. I'll be doing maybe something else as well. Maybe I'll hop on Hypixel or something like that. I remember Kilo doing that. Honestly, yeah, I could definitely see that. I remember Kilo hopping on Hypixel or something like that, and then having a bunch of people join. But I don't know yet. I'll think about that one. It seems like a pretty cool idea. What else is there? I could do... I still need to make the final video. That's like one of the biggest things for this, is the final update video. Do you really? That's pretty funny. Okay, so that person left a long time ago, like back in 3 million. We've been having trouble since the start of the project of him joining, which, I mean, to be fair, he didn't really join that often, even if he could. To be fair, he only mined like a couple 100,000 blocks, but I mean, that's a different story. But yeah, he just couldn't join after a certain point. After 3 million, it just wouldn't work. It would work occasionally before that, and then after a while, it just stopped working entirely. It didn't make any sense, so I basically vowed to do it solo after that. I mean, even he admitted, though, that he wouldn't be able to keep up with it, so it's whatever, honestly. What's up, Fakey Easy Slide? I need to figure out a way to shorten the name. Yeah, I'm still friends with him. He's in the military. Interestingly enough. I don't know what he's doing right now, but... it's pretty interesting. What's up, Rafi? And yes, I'll drink water after this pickaxe. So you're gonna say something about it. Oh yeah, I added channel memberships today. Because I thought about moving Patreon onto YouTube. Or the benefits of Patreon onto YouTube. Right now all I have is the Cole membership, which is fine at the moment. So it's the same benefits except for, well, I mean, really only benefits is only benefits that the Cult membership even provided was the oh yeah, it also brought back super chats as well, just for convenience sake. So people that can't do Streamlabs, they could do super chats. I thought about doing a llama face, but I need to do some editing on that one. I need to crop the background and make it transparent. Just to make it look right. Like a llama face for the cult memberships or whatever. Or whatever it is, honestly. I'll just do, I think you could do multiple emotes, I'm pretty sure. Maybe like llama, sponge, stuff like that. Maybe even just a diamond pickaxe is like a standard. I could even do like a meme about the lava. How it, what did we call it? It was like, what was the name of it? I know there's a few names you can give lava. Because there's gonna be a lot of it, to be honest. Right now. Oh, that's what I could do. I could do a water emote. I could actually do like Code Blue, but it's literally water instead of just the circles. I'll just stick to the low pickaxe. That'd actually be pretty useful. I thought about doing that as well. Is making a pickaxe emote with it being low. What else is there? I could do a sand emote. I mean, sand is something that I'm going to be using for how long? As weird as it sounds for an emote. Just for fun, to be honest. Nothing too special. Just something simple. These are all membership ones, by the way, though. Like, it doesn't, you'd have to pay for them. Which, it's only like $1, so... It's like $1 a month. So, yeah, that's gonna be pretty interesting. Honestly, I couldn't even imagine what a whole meter by meter even would weigh. It's actually hard to even believe. Especially when you consider how dense some of these objects actually are. What's up, Alex? Can you multiply that by 1.3 million? Or however much I have. I think it's 1.3 million, somewhere in there. It will show how much dirt I've actually collected. How much dirt I've collected, how much it would weigh. So what is that, like 2 billion pounds or something like that? No, that's definitely more than 2 billion. That's like 5 billion pounds or something like that, which I would know converting it is kind of stupid, to be honest with you. Tons is already a good measurement anyway. Yeah, no, when it comes to weight, I'd actually say that, I mean, distance is alright, don't get me wrong, like, but honestly, in terms of, like, measurements, the empirical system, at least for weight, I think is much better compared to, for weight compared to distance. Distance is alright, I mean, it's still kind of screwed up, don't get me wrong, but I don't know, honestly. Weight still isn't that great. I mean, I guess at least in the lower, like, pounds, if you used, say, a person's just body weight, it's pretty easy. But when you get into those higher numbers, it gets kind of crazy. So I'd say the empirical system is actually pretty good, like, lower digits, but when you start getting into the upper digits, it gets a little bit more annoying. What's up, 12-0? Also, I was gonna ask, is there anything else I can learn? I'm already making I already got a virtual machine with Windows Server 2019. I don't know if that's actually a good thing to learn or not. I know Windows Server is pretty important. But, is there anything else? I'm gonna be learning the command soon as well, but I just wanna touch up on a few other things before I fully go into the commands. Just out of curiosity, like preparation, because I want to kind of nail this job. I don't want to like, you know, barely get by. I don't want to get by with this job, or at least with for the most part. I mean, there's only so much I could do, let's be honest, but how many feet? I think it's 5,280 if I remember correctly. I don't really see people use feet though. I almost always see people use meters. I very rarely, even here, they use meters for miles. Because the 1,600 meter run, which is a mile, 3,200 meter run, 2 miles, keep going on and on. 5K is 3.1 miles. I don't know, honestly. I have no idea. There's a reason we don't use feet, even in the US, for miles. I think, honestly, the only time... I mean, even for, like, car weight and stuff like that, we still don't even entirely use... Say, for example, something that's pretty heavy, we usually don't use, like, pounds. Usually we get to the point of using kilograms. Like, as much as the people... As much as people bag on the US when it comes to using, you know, the empirical system, it's not as used as people think. I mean, yeah, it's still not that good, but in terms of small measurements, it's actually pretty good to gauge. But once you get into the, you know, say for example, like measuring someone's height. Measuring someone's height is way better empirically, than using the metric system. Just because it's more accurate. There's a higher accuracy with the empirical system, like feet and inches, compared to meters. It's a little bit more accurate, but when you get into the higher, like the bigger objects, that's when the empirical system falls apart. Or say for example, measuring, I don't know, like Like the, I don't know, the length of a table or something like that. Anything that's like above, like maybe 10 feet or more, maybe like, maybe up to 100 feet even. I'd say up to 100 feet, that's when you should start using meters, but anything below that would actually be okay. The accuracy of the empirical system is actually pretty good, but it's only for the lower numbers. Meters, okay, yeah, it's a bit weird when it comes to that. At least from what I've noticed, is distance and weight specifically. Um, those two, even like temperature using Fahrenheit, it's good up to a point, and then when you start getting to the really low numbers or really high numbers, that's when it starts to get a bit sketchy. That's when you should probably convert to the metric system. I mean, the imperial system is pretty accurate, at least short term. Smaller objects. It's actually pretty easy to visualize. But when it comes to larger numbers, it just doesn't work. I'm trying to think of a good scenario. I guess a good scenario would be something like if you wanted to visualize your height compared to something that's like the length of a table. If it's a really long table, um, say something like you have your height, which, what, 2 meters? How many centimeters is 6 feet? 6 feet is 2 meters. 100 times, never mind, it's 200 meters, yeah, or 200 centimeters. Never mind, I'm going brain dead apparently. So 200 centimeters, roughly 6 feet. That'd be pretty hard to visualize. Imagine trying to visualize a 20-foot table. Or something like that. I mean, I guess it depends. A 20-foot table, what is that, like 3 meters and something? Or something like that. It's easier to increase increments. It's easier to increment over time with meters, with inches and feet than it is with meters and centimeters. As weird as it sounds, it's only if it's like structured measurements. But that also I think would depend, because I mean I would think that the like German or like any other country that isn't the US would have different ways of standards of measurements and stuff like that. Different standards of how to cut something or how to build something, for example. It might be a bit different, so I know I'm probably comparing apples to oranges when it comes to taking a US standard built, for example, like a 20-foot table or whatever, I don't really know, and bringing it to like Germany or whatever, or any other country that uses the metric system, because that is going to use a separate standard. 180. That is very specific. That's actually one of the reasons why like, how are you supposed to visualize 182.88 centimeters when you could just visualize, take 3 feet, which is like a meter, and then just, you know, add on to it or whatever. It's easier to visualize than 182 centimeters for some reason. That's like the only time the empirical system actually shines, though, to be honest. Anything past that, it's kinda meh. Temperature's okay, to be honest with you. But that could also be an extreme bias to being accustomed to using feet as measurements, so I could be totally wrong on that when it comes to visualization. It may not be actually that difficult to visualize 183 centimeters versus 6 feet, but I could be totally wrong on that. Um, Not that I know of. Usually it's kind of weird because the metric system and the empirical system in this case would actually merge very quickly because most of the time from what I've seen is that if you don't use inches, like if you have to use a smaller measurement, we usually go straight to centimeters. As weird as that sounds. I don't think there is a smaller measurement. I could be totally wrong on that. I don't know. I really don't think there is, but I could be totally wrong on that. But to be fair though, the scientific community uses the metric system, which usually the scientific community needs stuff that is smaller than inches anyway, so it kind of makes sense to be honest with you. Why you have stuff like picometers or femtometers, or, you know, all that stuff. All the smaller uh, like extremely small measurements. Like for example, in school, if we had to measure something in inches and it wasn't accurate enough, or in some ways it wasn't accurate enough, in certain cases, I mean most of the time it was accurate enough, but we would just switch to centimeters if it really needed to be that accurate. That doesn't always work though. The accuracy can be accurate. Inches can be accurate. But this is probably that I know of. This is the reason why um, people don't like the empirical system is because of its lack of accuracy and its, you know, lack of scalability that I know of, at least. But it doesn't mean that the inches, for example, can't be accurate. It can actually be pretty accurate. I think people need to just accept both and stop just trying to push one entirely away. Like, I get the empirical system isn't that great, but it's not like the worst thing ever. It's actually easier in certain scenarios. Like, for example, like measuring someone's height. Measuring someone's height would actually be more convenient in certain scenarios using the empirical system. Yeah, we technically use both systems. It's just that the US has that label of using the empirical system. And then the only reason why is because um the US is one of the few countries that actually just uses the empirical system. So when people think of the empirical system, they think, "Oh yeah, the US only uses the empirical system." We really don't use just the empirical system. Like, we really don't. That's like that weird stereotype, the stereotype of like how every American is fat or something like that. It's like, yeah, we have a lot of fast food and junk and trans fats and stuff like that. But it's like not every single person is like that. So, yeah, stereotypes are really annoying. But yeah, I think both can be very useful in a lot of cases. It's just that it is the empirical system isn't as versatile. Doesn't mean it's completely obsolete, or doesn't mean the empirical system is entirely obsolete. It's just it does get overshadowed by the metric system most of the time. Not saying that the empirical system, if it got deleted, it wouldn't matter. I mean, because it really wouldn't matter if the empirical system got deleted. I'm not saying it should be. I just think people need to stop, you know, trying to devalue it as much as it actually is. As much as people bag on it, to be honest. I would say that the overusage of it is also one of the reasons why it's kind of a pain. Well, the US overusing the empirical system. What's up, OHEA? I don't know, OHEA? I mean, there's no point in trying to change it. The empirical system can be accurate, or as accurate as the metric system in certain scenarios, but the metric system still, overall, is going to be more accurate because of its logical 10-base system versus the 6-base system that it utilizes. It's just, there's no point in trying to, you know, dismiss it entirely, because it's gonna be here. It's probably gonna stay here for the end of time. I mean, the US at least uses the metric system for scientific reasons, which, to be fair, that's really that's like the main reason why you should be using the metric system. The empirical system is actually pretty good for like casual measurements, like day-to-day type of measurements. Now, when you start getting into the bigger numbers, just metric system's obviously going to be way higher because it scales higher. It's a 10-base system. It's easier to comprehend. The US technically uses both, though, as much as people bag on it. The US technically uses both. It's just the US is known for the empirical system just because they use the empirical system. It's really weird when you think about it. It's like saying, it's almost like the fast food restaurants. It's like the US is known for having fast food restaurants, so they're gonna be like the known as the people who, and since fast food can make you fat, that would mean that the US is stereotypically going to be considered fat. It's kind of the same thing. I mean, yeah, don't be wrong. It is still like there is evidence towards that. So, I mean, I don't blame people for that stereotype, but it's still kind of annoying. You use stereotypes. No. Oh yeah, 12-0. Is there anything else I could learn for that tech support job, or for any tech support job, by chance? I already have a virtual machine with Windows Server 2019 that I'll be learning, but is there anything else I could learn? Besides the commands, obviously. Or is that just about it? Is it mainly just Windows Server, basic troubleshooting, or even just basic understanding of, you know, networking and hardware, basic knowledge over hardware, software, um, troubleshooting in general, and like Windows Server or whatever, like servers. And the commands, but commands, server, basic software, hardware troubleshooting, and network troubleshooting, or just understanding of it. I mean, I'd imagine they could let you like look up stuff for troubleshooting, because there's no way you'll remember every single scenario. You're not this omnipotent god that will just somehow absorb experience. Oh yes, the military. I actually don't know any stereotypes for Germany, I'm not gonna lie. I haven't looked that much into I know there was a video over stereotypes, but... wine? I think it's wine, isn't it wine? I don't remember. I think wine is a stereotype. I may be thinking of something else, though. Maybe thinking of a different country. I could be totally wrong on that one, by the way. Wine? No, beer. That's what it was. Not wine. Beer. That's a stereotype for Germany. Windows 7? Alright, I'll learn Windows 7. I'll see if I can figure out a way to get Windows 7. Maybe I could do a virtual machine or whatever. But at the same time, do I need to learn do I need to learn Windows 7 if I already have Windows 10? I mean, I know there's some differences between Windows 7 and Windows 10, but isn't Windows 10 basically Windows 7 but more features in a way? Or am I missing something? Wait, should I learn iOS? Like Apple? Or nah? Would it be valuable to learn iOS? Because I don't have any iOS devices. I could buy one though, to be honest with you. I've actually been kind of intrigued in an Apple device. I've never owned an Apple device in my life. And I don't mean like a, obviously an older model or whatever. Not that old, but not just to mess around with the, just to mess around with the operating system itself. That sounds about right for Italy. It's just Italian food in general. There's also a more outlandish one, which is like Ferrari and stuff like that. Like I guess entire Germany also has that as well, like Porsche, stuff like that. Like higher class cars, I guess. But that's usually just European in general. It's all of Europe, so I mean I can't really it's not really that much of a stereotype in that way. Yeah, just car brands. But that's more just European in general. So it's not really like or you also have the US one, which is, like big, heavy muscle cars, trucks, whatever, honestly. Oh God, the football versus soccer thing. God, it's so annoying. Why did they have to do that? Why did they have to do two different sports, the same name? It's so annoying. People just get triggered over it though, whenever you call it soccer. Like, oh, it's not soccer, it's football. Yeah, but there's also football as well. So, do you want to distinguish them, or do you just want to try to be correct, in air quotes? Mainly talking to somebody who would make a comment like that, or who would get triggered over it. American football makes more sense, just specifying it's being American. What's up, project? Isn't it like football? The way you say it differently, like the slight pronunciation difference. Oh yeah, this world took up around 4.5 years to clean up. Which, I mean, it sounds like a long time, but when it's like 3,000 hours, something like that. But when you consider the fact that 3,000 hours in the span of 4 years isn't even that bad. 4.5 years, roughly. Isn't even horrible, to be honest with you, in terms of time. That's less than 1,000 hours per year, which is less than 20 hours per week, which is less than 2 hours per day or whatever. Or it's roughly around 2 hours per day, pretty sure. Maybe a little bit less, depending on how much, or about, right about. So anybody who wants to, you know, talk about how much time I actually put into this, it's not as much as people may think. Yeah, probably not, honestly. Oh, foosball? Is that what? I've heard that before. You know, the funny thing is there's also a game in here, a game in the US, it's foosball as well. It's like table football, basically. Yeah, this might be the. I mean, this will obviously be the first time somebody mines an entire Minecraft world, but might be the last, to be honest, unless Sword King bucks up and does this project. But it could be the last, or somebody else is insane enough to do this without any form of incentive. Because there was literally zero incentive to this project. It was purely just the the reasons behind it, the motivation itself, which in itself isn't really an incentive because I'm not directly getting something out of it. Like doing something, like for example, mainly doing this project to finish Sword King's project off. That's not entirely incentive. Incentive would be like you'd actually get something directly out of it. It's like a overt incentive is like overt, so there's no incentive to do this project. Actually, most of the time it's the reverse. Usually it's just soul crushing. And it's only soul crushing because it's so um because it's so mind numbing. It's extremely mind numbing. It takes mind numbing to a whole new level. Absolutely. It takes it to a whole new level. It's not even close. I'd rather read a dictionary in terms of mind numbingness. That's far more exciting, reading a dictionary, than doing this project. In terms of pure stimulation, I guess you can call it. I mean, obviously the chat helps a lot, don't get me wrong. Like, the chat helps, especially keeping me awake. One of the biggest struggles I've had with this project. It's kind of ironic your name is Project, too. But, just thought about that randomly. Motivation? Really just the progress of the project kind of keeps me motivated. I still have to go numb most of the time, though. Motivation shouldn't be, it's something I have to basically go numb to. It's almost like how you do work, like how people go numb to work most of the time because they don't have any motivation to actually do the work. It's like that, but with this project. So when people say something like, um, when they do something they love, but like once it becomes a job, then it's something they won't love anymore because it's like they have to do it. They have this like burden of doing it. It's kind of like this project in a way, except for I'm not, you know, burdening myself. I don't really care. I just go numb to it. People think that passion is like this infinite source that you can just keep drawing on constantly, but passion itself should just be like that little kick. That little bitty kick to keep you going. It shouldn't be like you shouldn't ride on passion only. Passion itself is very short term. It's like a small fuse to a bomb. So that stereotype actually has some merit to it. It's pretty interesting. Oh, I thought I reset it. God damn. Oh jeez, I didn't think I realized. Oh god. I didn't think I'd enter the end like that. I know I was messing with my controller for a little bit, but I didn't think I'd actually go into the end that quickly. I think that speed limit's most places, though. I would at least imagine it's in most places. I mean, how are they gonna regulate speed limits if they don't see it? That statement about like a law isn't broken unless somebody sees it or whatever that statement is. I forgot what it's actually I forgot what the phrase actually, kind of a paraphrase on that, but I mean it holds some truth to it, at least somewhat. I mean you can't really regulate something you really can't truly enforce 100% of the time. That took way longer than I probably should have. Yeah. I've actually thought about something. I'm always curious, what would happen if, say for example, if you were chasing, like if you saw a cop chasing someone, um, was chasing somebody that was doing whatever crime or whatever, what if you followed them while they were chasing? What would they do? How would they react to that? Would they just call another law enforcer to be like, hey, this person is following me? I don't know, it just sounds so ridiculous, but I don't know, it's something interesting to think about. Would they even do anything? Or would they even notice? Like if a cop was speeding, if they were chasing someone, you just followed behind the cop. I wonder what would happen. It just sounds so ridiculous. Can you imagine seeing, like, having everybody else pull over to the side, and then you just see a car trailing behind the cop. This sounds so ridiculous, but at the same time, I'd imagine I wonder how it would actually go, like, seeing somebody actually try it. I don't know anybody who's actually tried that, by the way, at all, actually. Or even has thought about trying that. What's up, Bart? Yeah, I'd imagine they probably would. I think my best guess would be they'd just call another enforcer to get that person behind them. That's my only thing I can think about, because you can't get the two birds with one stone. Kind of works perfectly here, that phrase, but because it's like if you got the person behind you, you would leave the other person behind. So that's what I would think would happen. Unless they just didn't care. If they did care, they probably would just call other people, but that police car better hope that oh yeah, the quotas. Yeah, that. Literally being pulled over for like no reason. Or practically no reason. Or at least trying to find a reason, which is kind of annoying. Fortunately, I've never had that happen to me. Yeah, on the Autobahn, I couldn't even imagine. You better hope that that police car doesn't have a good top speed. I wonder what they would do in that scenario. At the same time, though, they're also a lot more, they're a bit, yeah, they're a bit more free when it comes to, you know, actually going that fast and having other people, join them and having, like, you know, helicopter. It could be anything, honestly. Making the, people have a higher speed, like, being able to have no limit, it also gives the police cars no limit, too, so it would make the chases even more insane, to be honest, if that happened. It's pretty crazy, actually. I mean, it really shows how much those rules can be really be abused, or laws can be abused. To be honest, it's pretty frustrating to hear about it. Like, if you pull, for example, like they could just pull you over for something like a railroad. If you stop too late on a railroad, they could just pull you over because you didn't stop how many meters behind the railroad or whatever. You know, like 100 meters or whatever. You know, 100 meters. I think it's 100 feet, actually. I know it's a huge difference. I don't remember what the actual measurement it was, though. I know it's a gigantic difference. But spaghetti time. The rules are so over the top that it's like nobody really realistically even follows them. Yeah, the legacy version has a lot of good features. I may even tap into custom super flots, to be honest with you, at some point after the projects are done, potentially. I don't know how interested people would be in it, but I might try it at some point. We get the Legacy Edition, the tutorial worlds. So after the project, I don't really know, honestly. I don't have much of a plan. I thought about diving into custom superflats, but I'm not too sure. I'm considering it. It just depends on my circumstances externally. I'll just dig out the equivalent of the world that I have right now. So that would take a while though. I don't know how much that would be. Wonder how many square kilometers that would be. What is that? 48,000 square kilometers or something like that? Pretty close to it. 45K if you count the... Oh yeah, the nether and the end will be pretty quick. Also, give me a second. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, it's village and pillage, 14.4%. Version 14.4. I know somebody mentioned about this becoming a giant meme. I honestly do not mind this thing becoming a meme. I mean, I know it's technically already a meme, but it's gonna become one, or it's gonna fully become one whenever it's finished. I really don't mind it, because it becoming a meme means it reaches beyond the Minecraft community, or it might reach beyond the Minecraft community. It may be literally ingrained in the internet, which is gonna be pretty cool, or would be pretty cool. It's gonna get crazy though. It was r slash memes was one of the first times this channel actually really set sail. Actually, it was technically r slash Minecraft, and then it went into r slash memes later on, shortly after. And then it went on to iFunny, Instagram, those two. It even got featured on iFunny. It got like 70,000 upvotes or something like that. It's ridiculous. The amount of upvotes that thing got. I cannot speak apparently. But, oh wait, I forgot my water. Oh yeah, the meme channel, Memeanade. I can't believe a channel with, was it like 1.5 million subscribers stopped by one of these streams. And talked about this. It's pretty ridiculous when you think about it. So, honestly, just understanding the legendary status, or not status, but the legendary, like, I guess you can say accomplishment of doing this project combined with the meme status of this project, or the meme-worthy part of this project. I don't think this will be a small little bit of, I don't think I'm gonna pop up a little bit. It might be a little bit more than, I have a feeling it's either gonna be a lot or it's gonna be almost none. Oh yes, the terracotta. The thing went down to like layer like 26 or something like that. For some reason. I think this thing will get absurd amounts of attention or it'll get very little. Like, I have a feeling, I mean, it doesn't matter if Bedrock has infinite worlds, because this version is separate from it, so. This is the actual legacy version, so it doesn't really change anything for this project. $7,000 blocks away, good lord. We'll have to see though how this project, how this channel turns out. You never know, this thing could get some, it just depends on who targets what, like, who would, what influencers people target. If people influence people like Ant Venom, for example, to make a video on this, which I have a feeling people are going to, or he might, make a video on this. There's actually a pretty good chance of it happening, surprisingly, just because he likes insane projects like this. Or people like similar to Ant Venom. This thing could get pretty absurd, real fast. If you get people like that, on YouTube and Twitter. Because this thing is very untapped on YouTube and Twitter. Those are the two platforms that this channel really hasn't seen much of. What's up, Boo? Oh yeah, that was so funny actually. The 50% sign when I was building that. I don't really blame them because it was pretty funny. Uh, the situation I was in. Can you imagine if you were just joining somebody's world and you see them have an entire hotbar full of gold blocks in survival? Like, I don't blame them for thinking that, but that was just kind of funny, people thinking that about me going in creative. Yeah, people are going to go insane though whenever I wonder how many people are gonna accuse me of hacking when I build the 100% sign when I finish the world. When they see an entire hotbar full of diamond blocks. Or when I'm building the diamond throne. Can't wait to see what people... God dang it. I thought I muted it. I didn't mean to cough in the mic. God dang it. Whatever. I didn't mean to do that. Whatever. It's fine. I try not to cough or anything like that in the mic unless I'm just talking. I try not to, but it happens occasionally. I thought I muted it, but I think I unmuted it when I was trying to mute it, which is kind of weird. Yeah, it's, people are probably gonna accuse me of hacking when I get to the 100% and I build it. Oh yeah, I also have to mine all those ores. I just keep forgetting about that for some reason. Do I play any other games? I play Smash Ultimate. And I play a little bit of Dance of Fire and Ice, but that's really it though. Other than that, I don't really do too much in terms of gaming. I've been mainly focusing on my, getting an IT support job recently. Whenever I, move. So I've been trying to learn a few skills beforehand just to have something on my a little bit more on my resume. Just keep adding more and more skills. Okay, so what's up, Nadra? Nadro? I don't know. I'm mining an entire classic world, an entire classic legacy console world, however many ways you want to describe this version. PS4. So Bedrock versus Java, Bedrock is, I mean, I would say Java's better, just because of modding. A little bit more freedom, actually a lot more freedom. Well, that'll change shortly, but, you know, because of what's happening with Java Edition. But even then, it's still gonna have more freedom than Bedrock Edition anyway, so... More freedom, just better stuff, and like, I mean, the only thing that Bedrock really has over it is performance. To be honest, really. Even Java Edition, at least in my opinion, looks better. I know some people like Bedrock better, but I like Java better. In terms of looks. You can revert to older versions as well, which is nice. They're implementing a chat reporting system in the game at some point in the future. It's basically crossplay and performance. Those are probably the main two things. Primary things that Bedrock has over Java Edition. Nothing really else though, to be honest. Redstone doesn't really work that well. It's much buggier. You can literally just fall through the world randomly, a couple million blocks into the world or whatever. It's really weird. Stuff like that. Yeah, I mean, we don't really know, but at the same time, it's still a chat reporting system on a private server. The fact that you can literally get banned from playing Minecraft just because of one person because of you having a misinterpreted comment is kind of ridiculous. Now I don't know how strict the reports will be. That's the only thing I'm kind of confused on, is how strict will they actually be? Because context matters. Context matters. But the problem is, people won't always know the context, which is kind of what makes it kind of ridiculous, to be honest with you. I mean, people even nickname Bedrock Bug Rock as like a nickname for that version. Also, performance isn't even that good on like other versions. It's only good on Windows 10, to be honest with you. I know console kind of slugs. Switch definitely does, unless they fixed that recently. At least apparently it used to. I don't know if it is now, but I think it have optimized it a little bit. Empty promises as well for features. That's another thing. Keep delaying features over and over and deleting features that they're not actually, delivering on. More of a meta critic, but meta type of reasoning, but does it really? I actually didn't think about that. I only played Bedrock for like a couple of, I think I only played it for like one weekend with a friend on a realm. It was on Windows 10 edition, by the way, so it might be a bit different on Bedrock on PS4 or, um, kind of funny, I never actually played the PS4 version. Even though I have it, I've never actually played it. I've literally just stuck myself on this version just to finish the project. I'm glad I got really lucky though with the additions button not just poofing away. Because it can just disappear if I update the game at one point. It can happen at any point. This project would just snap. One snap, that button. If that button just disappears, this project's gone. Absolutely, it's just gone. I don't think there's a single way to get it back, to be honest with you. There might be a way, but it would still be extremely difficult. It might be almost entirely gone. Yeah, I've heard the PS5 version's amazing in terms of performance. Okay, so the reason why I mine one block is because, I mean, I'm very limited based on my walk speed, so me walking twice as fast. So the thing is, I'm pretty sure it's roughly the same speed uh, for a controller. It would definitely be faster with the keyboard and mouse. By the way, I have tried connecting a keyboard and mouse. It doesn't work on Legacy. But at least on this version, I can't move. I can't control my. I'm not very precise with the controller. That's one reason. So it's really hard to actually be pretty precise with it. And the thing is, even if I mine this method where I go diagonal like this, it's the same speed. Because you can only walk and mine so fast, and if you walk in a straight line, you can only, you're very limited on the way you have to be flexible. It's very complicated, actually. It's actually pretty complicated. Because you could say, oh yeah, sprint in a straight line, but the problem with you sprint in a straight line is that you run into caves and stuff like that. So you have to be as flexible as possible if you're mining something like this. What else is there? There's, it's really just control and flexibility, mainly. And if you walk in one direction, if, like, say for example, if I'm doing like this, if I'm mining like this, you would think this would be faster with 2 layers, but it's actually not, because you have to walk half the speed. So, I mean, sure, yeah, you're doubling the mining, technically, but your speed is slower, so your walking speed is slower. So you could clear, so it kind of balances out. 2 layers balances out than 1 layer. Also, it's easier to keep track of progress. Progress is so much easier to keep track of than trying to do 2 layers. It's also easier to get rid of dirt and gravel, too. Gravel especially. It's easier to see the gravel and dirt ahead of you. I mean, I would think 2 layers is technically faster if you do it properly. The problem is it's hard to do that proper for, you know, hours and hours and hours on end. It's pretty hard to mine like that for hours on end because it's so insanely mind-numbing. You see the same blocks for hours and hours on end for hundreds to up to thousands of hours at a time. Like, I've literally seen the same scenery at least 2,000 hours. For at least 2,000 hours. I used to mine off stream, I don't do it anymore though. You can actually look at my channel and see how infrequent I actually streamed the first half of the world. The second half I actually streamed quite a bit of it. Not everything, but most of it. Which I kind of regret not doing that, to be honest here. I should have documented the first half of the world more, to be honest. The first half of the world should have been documented better. I mean, there were literally entire sections I didn't even document, so... Which that is pretty much the entire purpose of this channel. Now, the purpose of the channel can also change. Its main purpose is documentation for the project. Doesn't mean I can't make it into something else later on, like venture into something else, but... I was really lazy with this channel. I mean, you could see the amount of effort I put into the beginning of this channel when I first started, especially the 1 million update. I was really lazy about it. First part of this world. It started getting better around 50%. 50% is when I really stepped up on this channel. I really tried making this channel a good channel, or at least start putting in effort to make it a pretty good channel at least. It was a little bit before. I don't exactly remember when Legacy version for PS4 because it was slightly later than the Xbox edition, but it was for sure before. And the only reason it is for sure before is because actually no, is because actually wait, no, yeah, it was before. Because I was, oh yeah, no, I know for sure why. Because I was scared this project was gonna get deleted because of because I thought they were gonna get rid of the console edition when they went to Legacy. I was like, okay, if they're making Bedrock, what are they gonna do with Legacy version? And they made an editions button. So yeah, it's a bit it was a bit terrifying thinking about it when I first saw it. I was also terrified of transferring the world, because if I accidentally transferred the world, I thought that it would uh, remove the world from Legacy and bring it to Bedrock, but no, it just copies it. I like the Xbox approach though, where they had separate games. I really wish it was separate games, honestly. It would make it a little bit less buggy. Not only less buggy, but it would also make it where people so Microsoft doesn't just delete this version randomly. Because the thing about them having power over this version of not having a separate game is they could just delete it. They could just get rid of the additions button for the PS4 and then PS4 Legacy is completely gone forever. They could straight up just get rid of it if they wanted to, but you can't really do that if it's a separate game. That I know of at least. Yeah, transferring when I first learned about transferring, I thought it was terrifying when I first saw it. It was kind of funny seeing people talk about the when the world was just about to hit or when the I forgot what 25 million update video or something like that, when they were gonna be adding the extra layers to the worlds. People were trying to apologize and all that type of stuff for like, oh yeah, I'm sorry that this project isn't really gonna work anymore because of the extra layers and stuff like that. It's like, guys, this isn't Bedrock. This isn't Java. This version's apparently completely erased from people's minds. No, they won't do anything to this version. Unfortunately. Actually, it's kind of a blessing as well, because this project wouldn't really exist that well if they kept updating this version, because I'd have to deal with all the blocks, the extra blocks and stuff like that. So it's kind of a blessing at the same time. For this, for them to not update this version, to be honest. At least for me. I mean, for Sword King, it didn't matter because he had a completely separate disc, but yeah, you know, it's a bit of a blessing. I don't think it would be able to. I mean, the PS4 version is actually pretty optimized, though. Pretty optimized game. I mean, the fact that I'm able to mine like this constantly for hours without almost any lag at all. It's 60 FPS. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it definitely wouldn't work perfectly, but it would work okay. They'd have to make some changes, though, for sure. Some potential compromises. No, the PS4 version is the smoothest. Unless you have like Xbox One X or something like that, then that version's by far the smoothest. If you have Legacy version with Xbox One X, like Sword King does, that's by far the smoothest. But PS4 Legacy is probably the second smoothest for sure. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and go ahead and get something to eat. Then I'll head back here later. See you in a bit. Oh, wait. This view is always nice to see. Alright, see you. I still don't know how to say your name. Alright, what's up, 12-0? So, no, it's fine, dude. I was just wondering if there was anything else I could possibly learn tech-wise, and, I was just trying to figure out what else there was, because I had Windows, I'm doing a Windows Server, I'm gonna be messing around with Windows Server a bit, and like the different server roles and stuff like that. I'm gonna be messing around with commands, I'm gonna be mind mapping both of these as well, just to have it knowledge in. Is there anything else I could, learn about? Like, is there anything else besides, you know, different Windows versions? Is there something else I could learn? Or does that just about cover everything? Because I already have general troubleshooting skills for the most part. Problem-solving aptitude, um, for the most part. I already have the A+ for general IT knowledge. Um, some networking knowledge. And yeah, just there's probably some specific things I can't remember off the top of my head. Stuff like that. Is there anything else I can learn? Potentially.